Alright, well, stream should be up now. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna set all of my stuff up and post about it. Gonna mute it for myself, pop out the chat. Alrighty. Now, you can go ahead and just advertise it. Man, how many angling games are there? I swear I've heard about like 3 of them at this point, man. Holy cow. Maybe I should stream at other times. Like, I streamed earlier, but I didn't advertise it because I wasn't going to be on for very long. But it's seeming like I keep streaming at the same time as England games. Which is that like, I think it's like a soccer thing. I'm not sure. I don't keep up with the sports. Nah, not even a little bit, man. I'm not a huge fan of sports at all. What I am a big fan of, though, is, you know, this. I'll spend 10 hours doing this before I spend 10 minutes watching a game. But well, it really depends on like the point of my life. Like if I've only got 10 minutes to spare, I'd probably instead like watch a sports game. But if I've got the time and I've got the motivation, I would so much rather do this because I think that it's going to be a lot more fun. I have a lot more things that I can do when I'm doing logic instead. Like the watching a sports game isn't necessarily as beneficial, I would say, as making a project like this. You know what kind of sucks? It's like I wish this would be like something that college would look at and be like, oh my goodness, this guy knows his stuff. You know, totally gonna post this on my college apps. I spent a ton of time on a Roblox game doing stuff that's like kinda cool. Colleges would love that. This is my community service. Making circuits for the like 5 people in the entire game that use them. Speaking of 5 people in the entire game that use them, my randomizer circuit is apparently going to be used by Smash, which is so cool. I love that. It's so awesome. I'm a huge fan of, well, I'm a huge fan of the guy, of course, but I'm also a huge fan of his work, which has, to some extent, included my circuits before. He was making a build that included one of mine, and then he deleted the build, and I had to recreate the entire circuit that I'd made for him, and then I ended up making it better. But it was heartbreaking at the time. I was like, darn it, I needed the circuit, and it was gone. It was like a month later, after I originally had helped him make the circuit. And I was like, hey man, I suddenly need the circuit again. Any chance that, you know, you could help me with that? And he was like, I wish. I deleted it. And I'm pretty sure that circuit I also published with a bug in it, to where it just didn't work at all. So I ended up having to fix that recently. I think that's what I said in it anyways, but I ended up having to fix that. Which is just, it's sad, because like that circuit was up for a year. It was published for over a year, I think. And not a single person noticed, which means that not a single person made that, that circuit. And also, like, I didn't ever test that circuit, which is just so crazy to me. It's like, I never even used the circuit. Which I suppose makes sense, just because it's kind of like a very specific case that you'll use it. which is when you're making circuits that can like have a varying input length, and I just don't do much with those. But I could have sworn that I used it before for something like that, just to test things out. It's just kind of surprising to me that no, in fact, it's not the case. So it's kind of interesting. Now, see, the issue here is that I like the pattern that's going on, so I don't want to start bringing it to the other side of this, but also it's getting more and more inconvenient to go. Well, it's not more and more inconvenient, but it would be more convenient to on the other side. I just don't want to lose the pattern that we already have. Although, as soon as I get like halfway up these, it becomes super duper easy to get everything placed. So, not so bad. There's the first few of these that suck kinda. There are still some other things that I have to add in for the reset, like over here I need to make it also reset these. But what I'm going to do, I think, is I'm going to do the backspace function first, and then I'll deal with that, and I think that'll be okay. I never even finished this. Whoa, man, that's crazy. I must have gotten distracted by something. That's kind of insane. Can't believe that I never even finished the circuit. Okay, man. It's insane. Although, speaking of this circuit, I am partial to, at least this time, making it like this, which is unusual, and just a tiny bit more inconvenient. I'm gonna redo this one because I don't like how it ended up turning out. Alright, now then, that's that finished up. I can't believe that I didn't have that done originally. That's insane to me. But now, I kind of just have to do the same thing right here, which kind of sucks. But it's not so terrible, I don't think. Well, obviously first things first. We're just going to connect all the NOT gates, and then I'll figure out what the next step of the process should be. This also means that when I rejoin, if I do, you know, maybe I'll just stay in game forever. Whenever I rejoin, or rather reload, all of these memory pieces will sort of, that's the wrong tab to be changing the volume on, but it is going to be a little annoying because everything over here is going to reset now. It's going to randomize upon rejoining, but that is actually kind of sort of fine. That is another truck of wires done for. This is starting to get worrying. I might need to grab some more. I might need to take a brief intermission from the stream at some point. Figure grabbing some more wires. I think it's actually like super likely, since this only should have between 100 and 200 wires, and we need what? We need, well, we're gonna need 80 for this, 80 for that, 80 for another, so we're gonna need at least 240. So yeah, no, we are absolutely gonna need more wires, man. Darn it. I'm also gonna go ahead and move this button somewhere else for right now. I'm just gonna bring this a little bit closer, just to make my life just, you know, marginally easier. But sometimes those margins are super duper important. It's unfortunate this kind of requires some level of, like, attention. So I can't just, you know, do whatever whilst I'm doing this. It's a month through summer already, man. It's unbelievable. I still can't believe how little time it feels like I have in a day, even though having, you know, more time than I've had in the past, like, entire year-ish. In the past 9 months, you know, before summer, I felt like there was more time somehow. Just perhaps in the fact that I was getting more stuff done. And I also just had, like, less obligations that weren't necessary to me. And now I tutor, which is money, but it's not necessarily productive outside of the monetary aspect. So I don't know, I'm big on, like, learning and making stuff that I can, I guess, reflect on in some way. So something like this, or, you know, math, are very important to me because they, like, are very fun things. And they're, you know, meaningful to me. But when it comes down to tutoring, I can't really, like, look back on what I did with someone and really, like, learn anything unless I'm becoming better at teaching something, which, I don't know. The goal isn't necessarily to teach Algebra 1, so I'm intending to, I don't know, maybe I'll teach Algebra 1. I'm a huge fan of college math classes, though. I'd rather, at least for a while, be a college professor. And I'm not sure that I'd even want to be a high school math teacher anyway. Because it's a difficult choice. I want to be helpful to people, and I want to make people like math. Well, not like make people, but make them realize that math is like a good thing and they should like it. But it's difficult because well, my perspective on things is that it's hard to convince people after they've already got their mindset on something. And, like, if I were to teach something that people only have to take if they already like it, then I feel like that would be better. Like, if I were to teach manufacturing, because I'm big on manufacturing, you know, soon to be CNC machinist with any luck, but speaking of CNC machining, I'll be learning how to do cam stuff soon here, which is pretty awesome. Not like pretty soon here, and like it's in like 2 months that I start my course on that, but that's actually still pretty cool. I have my last of my 4 electric car classes opening up in about a half month. I don't know, I've got a lot of things going for me, a lot of classes, and it's kind of sad nonetheless. I feel like I'm not getting a whole lot done, and I feel like my future is still so up in the air. And I also still have the whole imposter syndrome of it all, which I don't think ever really goes away. I feel like there's no avoiding feeling like there's always someone better suited to live your life than you. I'm not too sure if that's a common issue or not. It's not like not feeling comfortable in your own skin, or it's not like feeling like, not even like you're meaningless or that you've got like a permanent hard time, but just feeling like if someone else were to be living in your shoes, then they might actually just do a better job. And it's kind of scary. I don't want to believe that there's anyone out there that is more me than me, or could be, theoretically. Because, you know, you never really know everything. People could theoretically know more than you in the time that you've been alive, right? So there could be another 16-year-old out there who's had a life very, very similar to mine, and just started learning things earlier, and, you know, is now ahead of me, and it's scary. And it's only solidified by the fact that, like, I apply to things and I get rejected. Like, there are people that are the same age as me that are better candidates than I am. That I'm not doing enough. So I'm thinking, the best way to do this, even though it still sucks, is to just start out with bringing these signals up. And we're just gonna have to live with the outcome of that. Which also sort of sucks, but there's nothing we can do about it. The good news, though, is that because the first one that we did reached, that means that we know for a fact that every single one of these will reach, because they're all theoretically the same distance from each other. We just have a right triangle from this guy, like from the very bottom one up to this one, where that triangle has the distance of, not necessarily, you know, one stud right there, but it's theoretically about that. So it's about a 2-stud base, and then it's about an 8-stud height difference. So 2 and 8, so the square root of 68 approximately is the length of these wires. Not too sure where I consider that useful, but yeah, see, this is gonna suck because all of these wires, they color in this entire area here. So to do any of the next ones, it'd be super, super difficult. So I'm thinking that even though it would be unfortunate, I think that I would start out with, I think I do each of these as I go. And I think that'll make my life a little bit easier. So I would take this guy to this guy and so on and so forth. And it'll be very, very annoying because I have to like jam pack myself in here. But I think that it'll be beneficial. I really should have made these further apart, but there's no way to change this now, dude. This is going to be like very actively annoying, which sucks a lot. The higher ones, it's not so bad, I don't think, but it's still not the most ideal like process here. That's not terrible, but it's still just not awesome to have to do it this way. And then as we get further and further down, we should have like a better life here, I suppose. The convenient thing here is that we're just able to drag up from these AND gates because they connect directly to the memory gates. We don't actually have to worry all that much about this stuff. So what I'm thinking though is I actually may not finish up all these right now. I might do a slightly different thing, still related to this really quick, so that it's not a major pain later. Major pain reference. I actually just got notified to do the Wordle, so I'm gonna do the Wordle real quick. My starting word is always cheap. I'm not gonna leak anything about the Wordle though, so we'll see how many I get it in. I got in 5. I've done better before. I've definitely done better before. It was heartbreaking. Alrighty, that's 2 of 10. We're a fifth of the way there. What we're gonna do is we're going to do the connections up here, which are actually quite important. And then we're also gonna have the OR gates out of here, I think. Yeah, to tell it where we're at our maximum at, which sucks so bad that we actually need to do that, but it's okay. And we'll also need some OR gates into this, I think, right? Let's see, I was thinking about something related to this. Yeah, we're gonna need some OR gates into this based on the play current button thing. We're also gonna have to create a display, probably just a, I don't know, I don't really want to make a 7-segment, man. I hate 7-segment displays. I may end up doing one though. I might. But we'll do a display to tell people where they are along the 10, which is just checking in the counter, so it's not that bad. You know, I actually could make it full reset as soon as the base is loaded. I feel like that'd be a cool thing to include, since that's something I've never actually done for any of my builds before. You always have to manually reset it, and I feel like An auto reset would be nice, actually. I'm not sure that would work perfectly, though. The bigger a build is, the less components load in at the same time as each other. So I'm not sure if it'd be, you know, easy or perfect, I guess. It's a Saturday. Oh, sue me. Well, I mean, I predicted it, so I need to grab more wires. Which means we're gonna go ahead and do. Okay. Alright. Let's see. While I figure out getting more wires. See, actually, I actually need to know if this music is. Yes, this is the music that I have associated with this. Otherwise, I'd about to be getting a copyright strike. Let's see. We're going to move this off of here for a little while, just so that I can figure out which one of my bases has this on it. You know that I have some spare trucks on one of my project bases, and there are a few that I don't want to show off randomly. I've got to have some secrecy in my life. You guys can't see everything I'm working on. There'll be stuff shown off later. I have secrets. Oh, I accidentally just joined a random public, I think. No, never mind, I didn't. I was a little bit worried for a moment that I had. I'm gonna go ahead, check if this base is the correct one. We're just gonna grab, okay, this is the correct base. We're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna grab our 3 trucks of wires that we have right here. And then we'll be all good. We'll be back. This is insane. It seems like a kind of small project, and it's already, we're up to our 9th truck of wires. Well, our 7th, 8th, and 9th. We're not quite at the 9th yet. We're not like directly there. But it totally is just a little bit many wires to be using for this, because if each truck is considered to be, you know, like even 100, then that means that we've used 600 wires on this so far, and that's kind of crazy. Buying 600 wires is like unreal. Nobody wants to go out and buy 600 wires, man. So it's convenient for me, I guess, that I have had so many wires in my life. I bought so many of them forever ago, but now I'm having to scavenge through projects. So, you know, take it as you will that I have so many lying around. You know, it's like, sure, I have a lot, but I also have to scrap them from other places. So is it really all that much? Now, we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring this back to where we had the other truck. Wow, this is the first time I've had any wires fall out on me, though. Which, like, it's super nice that that was the first time, but it's also like, come on, man, we had such a good streak. But I also have to remember to let you guys see my screen again in a moment here, instead of just keeping this hidden. So I'll do that as soon as I get these wires back in this truck. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to revert the change that I just did on that. We're going to bring back to Roblox. Yeah, okay. That's where we're at. Okay, that has the media source. Awesome. Okay. We're gonna be back to building in just a moment here. Jeepers. Okay. Back to work. This is such intensive labor. Yeah. We're gonna do up first. I'm listening to music right now. It went into a monologue, bro. It went out of my playlist and went to a video that was just a monologue. Why'd it go into a monologue? It's unbelievable. I was listening to music and it just decided that I didn't get to listen to music anymore, man. Possibly the worst part is like, no matter what I do, I just can't get YouTube to stay in a playlist for more than like 10 songs anymore, dude. This is unbelievable. You know what? I'm gonna swap to Spotify because Spotify does so many like better things for me than YouTube. It's like how Android is better than iPhone, and how Xbox is better than PlayStation, and you know, so on and so forth. This is like the most mind-numbing part of this entire process for this build. Like everything else thus far has been like at least somewhat interesting. This part is just like the worst of the worst. Like I genuinely pay someone else to do this for me. Not like really actually though. I wouldn't. Not even just because of TOS, but because like it's a waste of money to do that. But like this is basically all that I have left on the internet project. And that's why I've been postponing it for a year, bro. Like, I just don't want to spend hours and hours just doing this, man. This is all that I have left to do on that project, and it's like, man, if only that wasn't what it was. very narrowly prevented a sneeze from going directly into my mic. As much as I love Incubus, not hitting the spot right now. We'll bring it back when I want to do next stream, I'm sure. We'll have more Incubus playing in my ears. I love Incubus. I don't know, I think that part of the issue is that the music is so quiet. I need to have the music quiet so I can talk, like, coherently. But louder music is better music. I have swapped currently to Metalachi though. Pretty big fan of this band too. Hey, what's up, Cyber? How you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. This is my second stream of the day. It's lasted longer than my first stream, so we're getting stuff done. This is probably the most annoying part of this build, so As soon as we're done with this, we should be in the best stretch of it, really, where I'm just getting everything near done. I start testing things, and then I like tell 5 random people to come and test it. So we're nearing the good parts, which hopefully will be done by tonight, but we'll see. See, now there's also issues like that where I just completely did not connect that wire at all. So that's very possibly where we'll start seeing bugs in this project, but I'm pretty sure that I've connected most of these things correctly, so we should be all good. That's us through the first 5, so we're halfway out of this hardest portion, and then we're gonna need to do some pretty annoying stuff after this, but it actually won't be so bad. I'm thinking that if I make it like procedurally, like I make this part and then I connect all the things, then I keep doing that, it'll make my life as easy as possible. So I'm probably just gonna be working for saving. So oh, you know what? We ended up skipping over finishing this up, man. It's unbelievable. I can't believe that I skipped over that. This is a pretty important part of the thing, man. Holy cow. I was doing this and I stopped doing it, and now I am back to doing it because it's actually like one of the things that I need to get done, and I'd idealize getting done before I continue with the rest of the stuff, man. Because it just gets really, really annoying if I don't have this done and I keep doing other stuff. Especially because it feels like I just did the really annoying part just to go back and have to do another annoying part, so I'm trying to get the stuff like this out of the way first. I mean, the rest of this stuff for this portion after I get these other 5 done should be the like easiest part of the pain and suffering that this project is turning into being in this current portion. Which I was considering making this about twice as big, and I'm thankful that I didn't do that, because it's turning out to be a lot more components than I thought it was. If I decided to make it twice as big, I'd be like 18 trucks of wires in the hole, and that's I don't know. I like to use like at most 10 per small random build that I've decided to do just for funsies. So this being a small random build I decided to do just for fun, you know, I'd like to not spend 12 trillion resources on it. We're already using a lot. I mean, we've already used like if we just count the AND gates, that's already 160 AND gates plus this this entire row here, so that's 169. 169, those are all OR gates, and then I think there's not one there yet, but there will be some over there, so we're probably going to be like over 200 AND gates, which, I mean, that alone is kind of expensive because I don't have, every truck of AND gates that I have is not that many. Like I have like 50 or so per truck. Not 50, but it's you know, it might actually be more like 50. But like OR gates, my OR gate trucks are like 100. I have like 100 per truckload of OR gates. But my AND gates, which I have a similar amount of truckloads of. That's interesting. I also missed those. That's insane. I have a few things that I just completely missed. And it's not like that's like a bad thing, but jeez, man. It's unbelievable to me how I've missed so many things here. I guess I just get distracted, man. We're actually almost through this truckload too, and that's just kind of insane because I just started using this truckload not what feels like too long ago, man. But to be fair, we are running a lot of wires through this, and these AND gates are 160 wires a piece, plus we need 80 for down here, so It's 240 at the very least just for this portion. And then we're going to need another 80 when I add the ore gates. And ooh boy, it's going to be a fun time. About an hour in the stream so far, and we're doing pretty good on getting past this part. We're not as far along in it as I hoped to be by the hour mark, but it's not halfway bad. That is another truck down. It's killing me. Let's see, how many trucks and components have we used so far? 5, 8, 10, 13. How joyous. 13 trucks all gone. The great thing, I think, about this project is that it's not too hard to explain what everything is doing. So when I create a video on this, it won't be super duper hard to describe everything in it. And I mean, of course, also that video will be able to include just random playtesting, so that's pretty duper cool. That's pretty cool. Because most of my other builds, I don't just have random testing from people because testing it takes like 5 hours. But in this case, it should be able to be tested in, with any luck, like 5 minutes. I mean, to be fair, this is a smaller project. It's not supposed to be giant. It's not supposed to take a whole ton of data size or do anything super revolutionary. It's just supposed to make something cool, which is, you know, ultimately kind of my goal with all this stuff. I just want to make something awesome. That's what I keep doing Logic for. I want to make something cool enough that, like, everyone appreciates it. I mean, when everyone appreciates something that I make, I'll finally start getting subscribers past the... You know, actually, I recently got, I think it was 5 recently, which is super duper awesome. I'm a huge fan of getting subscribers, so everyone that's subscribed, huge thanks, right? But if everyone were to, like, universally agree that all of my builds are awesome, then I probably have a few more. Alrighty. Actually, we're gonna move this button again because I don't like where it is. But now what we can do is we're done with this portion, which is awesome. That is so cool. I am so ready to be done doing that. But we have another kind of tedious part. We need to add in all of the OR gates up here because we also need those. So that sort of sucks. I'm actually just a little bit worried that I won't be able to add them as things are. So I'm going to quickly check that I'm able to along the entire thing. Otherwise, we've got to change a few things. Yeah, okay, we're all good. I'm gonna put that right, not right there actually. It has to be rotated because it has to be going outwards. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to connect the very base layer of all of these guys, because we know that, well, for every single one of these, there's, well, I'll show that in a moment. Oh, darn it, no. Don't do that to me. Por favor. I mean, please. No por favor. I've been out of Spanish class too long to still be using Spanish. I need to freshen up on it. A lot. Anyways, so I'll describe this real quick, why we're able to just connect all these. Because when it's going through our first layer of AND gates, it's coming through from our buttons. So like this very bottom layer is the O, then the P, then the E, then the N, then the OP, then the OPE, then the OPEN, then the border. And that is just really all that these are, which means that when I go up on this, I'm taking O, and I'm putting it at the very bottom AND gate right here, and I'm doing that for every single one of these. So if even one of them is on, then it's going to output O at that moment. We're past the part where the time matters. Once we're here, the time of the thing no longer matters, because we just checked that they're all, you know, only turning on at their given time. Because this AND gate, literally, this one right here, this entire wall right here is all to check for the timing. So after this time is not a variable, we take time into account, and then we get our variable out, which is whether O is on or not. So we have our variables you know, of course, whether O itself is supposed to be on at that time, and then if that time is what time it is, and then it outputs O based on that. So if A and B, then, you know, C, right? Then output. So if supposed to be on, and time for it to be on, then output. And we know that that's the case for every single one of these, and, you know, time is no longer a thing for this new variable. Time is already taken into consideration, so we can just say that they're all doing the exact same thing. Might as well just connect them all together. And this makes our life a lot easier, because once we're done with this, actually, we will not need to tell the signs to do anything more, right? These are what tell our sign stuff. So we'll be set up, which is dope. It's actually really, really awesome. So you know, actually, I want to check really quick. If I were to quickly turn these off, and then I were to press O, our memory should change in our second row on the very bottom, which is what just happened. And then if we were to go to time 9, then this would output, because it's going up to there. We know that that's the O, and we know that it would be time 9 right here. So that's awesome. Those two unintentional things. Let's see. Can I go ahead and turn this guy off real quick? I wonder if I'm... yes, I'm feeling lucky today. Anyways, let's get back to wiring this up. And then, I mean, like, seriously, after this, we have such an easy time, man. Like, oh my goodness, we're cruising. All we have to do is the rest of the, like, sort of basic functions, which really just means that we have to remember that we have to take every single thing into account. So it's all that matters, making sure that every single thing that we're considering has, you know, every variable thought about and included in the system. So, like, when we're clicking on the back button, we can use that in the delete button, and we also need to make sure that the delete button actually deletes, right? So there are a few things that we have to do after the fact of having built all this stuff, which, like, it's unfortunate that we have to go back and edit circuits we've already made, but we couldn't have incorporated these designs into them beforehand and in a different way. So it's just going to be the exact same process. When we backspace, we just check what we're currently on. We tell it to turn off what we're currently on, and then just wait a moment, and then go backwards. That's literally all that we do, so it's not hard. I'm pretty sure, though, that we're gonna need more trucks of wires, man. I don't think that we'll be good with just 9, which is also just, like, absolutely insane. I mean, what do you mean we're not good with 9 trucks of wires? That's crazy. But we've had projects like the internet project took way more than 9 trucks of wires, so this is good by comparison to that, I suppose. We're saving. I've probably used, like, dude, I swear, it's gotta be like 50 trucks of wires just on the internet project, man. There's so many wires on that, like, absolute behemoth, dude. Alright, that brings a 16th truck to our truck graveyard. we've got this last truck of wires, and then after this guy, if we need more, we're just gonna have to figure out how to grab some more wires from myself. Although, I'm not super worried about this stuff. I think we're good. I think this is also in order, yeah. O-P-E-N, O-P, O-P-E, O-P-E-N border. So we're actually able to just connect it based on that, which is awesome. It saves us some effort in trying to figure out where everything goes, because we've already put everything in the exact same order as we wanted it. Everything follows the same order, which is awesome. Now we're just going to connect all this stuff up, which in this case is not so bad. But as soon as we go, Gomster, hello Pi, how's it go, buddy? What's the idea of this build? So I decided that because interns made an open sign, you know, why let him have all the fun? I'll make one myself. And I thought, you know, if I'm gonna be making an open sign, I may as well go all out and make it to where, alright. I thought, you know what? If I'm going to be making this build anyway, if I'm going to be doing something of this sort, I may as well just try and do something super duper cool with it. So I'm making it to where you can kind of design what it does yourself. So if you want it, for example, to go O, then P, then O and P, then OP, then O, then P, then E, then O, P, and E, and so on and so forth. You can do whatever you really want with it. That was the idea of this. So, you know, however people would like to do the sign, they're able to, and that was the goal here. It's just make it to where people can do stuff with this. Whereas, like I was asked by Rep, if I could make it say something else, and I mean, like, yeah. But that'd mean redoing like all of the wiring for this entire project. Unless it's also 4 letters, right? Like, give me another 4-letter word, I'll make it say something else for you. But in this current case, are me and interns getting along now? Sort of. He's still like calling me bad or whatever. But you know, it's whatever. I think that yesterday, when he saw that I had done a version of the open sign on my other base, and he wasn't angry by it, that was like that was okay. Also, no Pi, you just DM'd me that. I'm absolutely not putting that on the sign, brother. Jeepers cripes. This guy's like, you know what? Say something horrible. Jeez, man. Alrighty. Yeah, we're making our way through. We're getting stuff done. This build is going well. Like an actually good 4-letter word, and I would consider making this say that instead. Jeepers cripes? No, it's Jeepers. It's Jeepers, and it's traditionally a C, so it would be Cripes. It can be a K, but that's more like if you're a Krispy Kreme girl. And I don't know. I personally am not a huge fan of... I mean, I've never really eaten Krispy Kreme. But I've got 2 local bakeries, which is great. The big logic walls, I'll walk you through what the project is so far. It's actually pretty simple. So we have our configurations right here, so you can... really, it's like you say on the first tick, on the first tick of your sequence, you're going to have some certain combination of letters. You could have it be O and E and N and just skip the P, and you could also have it show the border around it. And then what you're going to have is this is going to, if you put on the loop lever, it's going to loop through, or if you just click the play lever, or if you click the play button, then it'll play your sequence. If you click the play with a dash under it, it'll only play whatever the counter is currently on. And so the way that it checks everything that's on, it goes through the counter and it says, all right, so the counter is going to tell it what count every single thing is associated with whenever you click a button, so that it gets stored. And then this is the storage right here. It's all of these NOT gates that are lined up. So it's 160 NOT gates. It's 80 times 2. Because each memory gate is 2, and we have 80 total options. And then on top of that, there's an AND gate wall, which is checking for what time it is in the sequence. So what time it is based on that, and whether or not you have some memory telling you a certain thing. And then based on the time and the memory, it's going to give an output. This entire bottom row is for O. This row is for P, E, N, OP, OPE, OPEN, border, all that stuff. And then it outputs to these OR gates, which tell it what to turn on, really. So for O, it turns on O, P turns on P, E turns on E, N turns on N, OP turns on O and P, so on. And we're about to make another wall. We're about to make an OR gate wall on top of this because we need an OR gate wall. This OR gate wall is going to tell us whether or not we have anything on from a certain time. And then based on that, we'll make it to where our thing only loops a certain amount of time. So instead of looping the entire 10 seconds or the entire 10 ticks and possibly like having empty space, we're going to make it to where it only loops the highest amount of ticks that we have, which also means that you can't end on an empty tick, but you can have it, I never duped my logic truckloads. The fan group staff thought that I did, but the fan group staff think that everyone's a duper. You know, imagine if they realize that they themselves are, but so fire. You know, I don't dupe my trucks. I mean, I buy them from people, and it's up to those people whether they dupe them or not. I couldn't care less, but, you know, if the fan group staff ask, they're getting a huge no, my suppliers don't dupe. Because I'm under the impression that they don't, but, you know, who knows? Really, who cares, actually? You know, this sucks. I'm not a huge fan. I'm gonna hate wiring this up because we have everything wired so far. Like, I made my life worse by wiring things, man. Gosh darn it. But it'd also be even worse right now if I hadn't wired all this stuff up already. So, like, I don't know. I kind of have to be happy with myself, and I also have to hate it. I would idealize plot glitching, like shutting stuff off, not being able to see it being a whole lot easier. That would make my life super easy right now. But unfortunately, it's not so simple. You need the scratched LHD logic converter? No, I don't. I can just do the logic, dude. I already have this stuff, broski. Why would I need a converter if I already know how to do all of it? Scratch is like coding for beginners, and Lumber Tycoon 2 is like coding for people that hate themselves. Which I guess is coders anyway, right? So, differentiating things is so difficult right now. I don't want to imagine that, Pi. I don't actually want to. I feel like it's more fire to just do it locally in LT2. Like, isn't it kind of impressive that you screw around in this game and you get everything that you want out of it? So, maybe not everything that you want. I could totally have more people look at my YouTube channel, you know? Hint, hint. Advertise to your friends. All 3 of them, Pi. Although, I don't know how helpful that'd be. You'd be advertising to me, Rep, and Dawn, and I'm the one streaming. Rep is already planning to view later, and Dawn probably wouldn't watch. Pi's logic, right? I have more than 3 friends. Are you sure? I mean, I do, but do you? I wouldn't jump the gun on that, buddy. I wouldn't be too sure. Are you friends with Harrison? Would you consider Harrison your friend? Interns? When did you get all chill with interns? This guy's just listing everyone. Okay, Grammy is friends with everyone. You have to kill a dog for Grammy not to like you, dude. King Boo is not your friend, bro. The guy is hiding from you every single time that he sees you. Axeville, okay, but Axeville, like, I feel like the people in the wiki just have low standards because they met you, you know? I didn't mean that. That was too mean. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. Timothy the mod. You know, I'm glad that I know what server you're talking about right off the bat. The Lumber Tycoon 2 wiki. The best server of all time. Oh my god. Well, not of all time, but the best Lumber Tycoon 2 server. I love these guys. They're the best. Better than the fan group. Better than Aptence. You know, all that stuff. Better than Butterhub, even. It's pretty funny. Better than Butterhub, as if there's any contest there. Who's Mr. Broke? Hey, you're just listing off staff members now, bro. This guy's like, I'm friends with all the big names. Are you in fact friends with all the big names? A real goat would be friends with Chronicus. Electra? You are not friends with Electro. What? Even me and Electro aren't friends. Which I suppose is in part 2 steps. What's this? Brother, what? What is this place? You cannot go way back with that guy used to... Okay, what does he even do? Okay, Smast is my friend, though. Smast is my friend. Smast and me are best buddies. You know, I was speaking to Smast the other day, and I made a circuit that's so goated. He replied to me for the first time in like forever. Which I feel like is kind of heartbreaking, but nonetheless. What is Tuesday? Is this a development server? What actually is? There's nothing. Nothing says anything about what 2 steps is. Staff posting doesn't say anything either. Except it has that, which is... Piccolo. Bro! Okay, so it is a game studio. Okay, good to know. By 3 people who are not making any games. Can't have favorites, but Pi is cooler than all of you people combined. Excuse... that was 3 days ago? Pi is the realest one here? Bro. Okay. To be clear though, that is me and Smash going way back. Me and Smash knew each other a long time ago because of Patrick. I met Patrick before he was a big builder, and like 8 months later, Patrick and Smash had made a build together, and I had spoken to Smash because of that. You're better friends with Try. I've never spoken to Try before. Sure, you're better friends with him. I don't know that guy. He may be my boss, but I haven't really spoken to him, dude. Just like Tower. I've never really spoken to Tower. Or Jim. I've never really spoken to Jim either. It's not like revolutionary to think that these people are not people that I've spoken to very much. I mean, they're kind of busy. And I'm also kind of busy. It's a little bit difficult. I need to figure out... Let me see. Why would he ever call you the realest one? That's not true. Bro, stop! Stop! I don't want to keep seeing Pi as the realest one here. I just looked it up for myself to see how bad it is. The damage in my heart is crazy right now, bro. But anyways, at least I'm goated with the logic, bro. However, I am under the impression that I need to move my work lights, because they're not really helping anymore. Poor Gomster. Okay, bro, relax. I'm not that jarred over it, bro. I've heard this from you before, Pi. Genuinely good job, but also, come on, buddy. I don't need to keep hearing about it. I've done cool things, too. That might be like, I mean, I can't say anything bad about that, because, like, that's saving kids, or, like, so, I'm actually a huge fan of that, although, it's, like, the one good thing that you've ever done. Top 10 Pi moments? Top 1 Pi moments. You've never done anything better than that. It's the one good thing Pi has ever done. Globally. How many people outside of America are in those games, bro? You DM'd the... Is it worth it to DM the owner? Forgot a rate limit. That's pretty funny. Also, why would you name it something so, like, obvious? Why would you ever make the site something that's like, you know, obvious? This is what we're doing, guys. You're just asking to get trouble. Popular in the Spanish community. Seriously? I wouldn't think they'd be popular in Spanish communities, but, you know, maybe Neptune was in one of those. This work light placement did not help me at all. I think that it made things worse, actually, to have the work light in somewhere completely unreasonable. Because now I'm being distracted by the random work light just hanging out with me. I saw that earlier in Wiki Chat, brother. I saw it. It is pretty cool that you did that. It's like the second best thing that you've ever done. The only good things you've ever done have come from that. You know, whenever I finish this build, I'm going to be DMing people to test it. So, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I wasn't ready for that quite yet. But so, like, you're probably going to get a DM asking you to test this build for me. And you're just going to have to be on at the time. Bro, why did the gang not leave? I'm also not sure that I'll finish this build by tonight, because I have another 2 hours, so we'll see if 2 hours is enough to finish all of this. I'm not honestly under the impression that it, like, isn't, but I'm not sure. Because there are a lot of systems that I have to, like make, like, pioneer systems for this. Because like, whenever you do a logic build, sometimes you have to encounter a new circuit, or not necessarily a new circuit, but a new way to conceive things. And in this case, there are a lot of different components than usual, so I have to make them interconnect in, like, a reasonable way. I'm gonna, now that we're halfway through this, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move my ore gate truckload to make it easier to place down these ore gates. And we're also going to have to grab a new truckload of wires soon here. Darn it. This is actually, like, unreal, man. Okay, bro. I hate you. Not really. Don't worry, stream. I don't hate anyone. But, yeah. See ya, Pi. You have a good time doing whatever it is you're gonna do. I'm also gonna change my music. Metalachi may be fire, but... Ooh, Kai Banks. I haven't listened to this guy in a long time. Dude, I was introduced to Kai Banks like a year ago, and he's still the GOAT. Now these OR gates are confusing me. I almost grabbed an OR gate to try and wire something. Crazy. Nope, that's not good. You know, I get to put golfing on my resume even though I only showed up twice. That's so awesome. But I'm also going to hopefully golf some more next year. I want to golf. I love golfing. You know, surprise, surprise, white boy likes golfing, but golfing is fun. I just, I never really got to golf with anyone, so gotta learn how. We're doing good, man. We're making progress. We're nigh on 2 hours into the stream, which is good news that I didn't start streaming later, because otherwise we would not be getting as much progress in today. 2 hours for this is actually kind of crazy to me, man. I mean, I know that I've been a little bit distracted, but 2 hours for this just seems like I've been spending a lot of time on this project, which it's not 100 hours. It's nothing like the internet project. We're at around 5 hours total time for this build so far, so we're still making what I'd say is good pace for a build that I actually want to do. Usually when I want to do a build, it takes 23 million years. Alright, now we're gonna have to grab some more gates, or not gates, we need some more wires, so we'll have to do that in a moment here. I got an email from OneDrive. I got reels sent to me. I'm just so popular, bro. So I'm again going to pull up a base that is a cool project, so none of you fools get to see it. This time I think that we're just gonna see if we can't get 4 trucks, because if 3's never been enough, what's telling me that it's telling me I can just go ahead and grab 3 more, right? Might as well grab 4. I actually am. I don't know. I kind of do want to grab only 3 because it makes it 12 that I've grabbed instead of 13, and I also know that I'm probably not gonna need that much more from here on out. So we're gonna go for 3, and we'll see if we need any more later, right? Which is very, very possible, but with any luck, not the case. Alright, we've got the 3 trucks. Means I can go back to this, and we can get back to looking at my Roblox. Now the first thing that we need to do, we're going to bring this truck over. Now, evidently, this is gonna have to move so that I can fit this truck into here. So we're gonna move this right up over to here, That puts it 17 pink trucks. This is great, man. Or it seems like most of the stuff is just connecting wires throughout areas, and that's what we have to do here. It's kind of funny. Like most of my job so far has just been connecting wires multiple times, like either this way throughout this stack, or like when we were doing this and it connects from here to here to here to here. Or no, it connects from here to here, here to here, and here to here. Which, it's just funny how most of this entire build is just connecting things multiple times over. It also really sucks because that means that we've used a ton of wires a ton of wires and components and all that just to show this stuff, just to show a few different criteria of our build. About halfway through on this portion, and then we're going to reassess everything we've got so far and what exactly we need to do. Oh, okay. Well, we're done here. Alright, we're about 2 hours into stream, and we've finished up this stuff, so now we need to figure out exactly what we're doing next. Let's see. Okay, so there are 2 things that are on the mega priority list because they kind of preface what we're going to be able to do next. We're going to need to create the backspace function for the counter, or rather moving backwards, because that's the important part of that. So we kind of need the move backwards function in the counter, and also. That's a bit of an issue, because if I do the delete button, then I can make it go backwards, but then I'll also need to check what was on to delete, so I'll have to check. I'll have to delete will just be wired into the exact same thing as the back, but it'll also have to have its own AND gates to check for that, which kind of sucks, but so again, we need to go ahead and do the back thing, and we also want to make sure that this is going to check for this being at, you know, the last value or whatever, which isn't going to be super hard to do, but it does suck, because I have to make the repeater check for whether well, I need to have an AND gate on each of these that checks whether it's on and whether we're there, and then that sets the repeater, which also means that if people edit it during the repetition, then it might do a little bit of wonky stuff, which would be a little sad. But the delete, so all of these buttons are good. We're actually set up for all of these. The reset button we can only do once we make backspace. Yeah, because backspace is going to include that, so we need to do backspace first. Move forward is easy. We just need to wire into the counter. Move backward we need to make. So reset. So forward is also done. Reset, backward, and delete are all the exact same thing, really. So we're all good there. But we have to remember that we do need 2 AND gates on the thing, which I feel like will be the easiest way to do it, and then we just run it back around over to here. So we'll do 2 AND gates, one that checks when we're backspacing and one that checks when we're deleting. The play button is nearly done. We just have to make sure that it has the correct stuff set up for repetition, and then that'll solve both of these 2 buttons. And then the play once button just needs to check what counter we're at, and then it'll play through this, which I guess also means, well, really, what we could do is we could check where the counter is, and then just play through that, because where do we even connect time here? Because that is connected to that. Okay, and that's connected to time. That's where we register what the timing is. So that's where we check what the time is. So I can just make it check that thing. I can just make it check where the counter is and then input into that, which would be the easy way to do it. But that also means that the input into each of these needs to be an OR gate. So what we can do is we can actually set that up right now so that we remember. Which also means that unfortunately this stack will be one higher than the other one. I know that that's taboo or whatever. And And then we'll need to set up an AND gate system as well for the counter to check which one of these is on when the other thing is on as well. So, well, when the button is pressed, we need to check which one is on, and then that will be whichever one we go into. So we're actually going to make an AND gate thing on top of this as well, I think. And that's what we'll do. Which also sucks kinda, because we have like good-ish wires, and now we have to kind of sacrifice that, but that's okay, I think. It's just wise to get through some of the things that are easier to forget, because this isn't like necessarily super related to the buttons, but we want to make sure that this is something that we have in place beforehand. So we'll have it to where it can go through each of them based on the AND gates, and it'll also go through each of them. Yeah, so we're good there. All right. Alright. Now, we know that we've got these values, which end up just being connected all together. Or wait, no, not connected all together. What am I talking about? Not for this thing. No, these are, there's the button to check for individual values, and then there's the thing that also checks for individual values and plays those. Two completely different things. Okay. Now, we can go ahead and start by... Oh, but it sucks so bad because we have to connect the active side to this, which is not super fun. But it's not terrible. At the very least, we can do it like this. Oh, no way they reach, dude. That's actually... It's so sick if they continue to. Now, for each one of these, it's going to look kind of weird because I'm dragging it along. Oh. It's actually super cool that these do go all the way. I didn't think they would. It's interesting to me that this alternates between which side that it goes for. I'm not necessarily sure why I did that, but I'm sure that I had a good reason for it. Yeah, this is the part where it starts to stop looking like I have very clean wiring. Which I don't really mind. I've never been much of a fan of clean wiring anyway, so this is kind of just, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I don't mind it actually. It looks kind of natural at least. The pattern fits. Ooh, this is actually, I don't know. And I like this. I like this. Anyways, this is some representation of what we're doing. So now I guess that our goal, since now we have it to where we can press the, we have it to where we can just connect that to the play one button. And actually it might be wise to start dragging wires over to this stuff anyways, just because I really don't want to forget where everything goes. So we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to drag, we can drag forward over real quick. I think we'll put it in between this little nook right here so that we can get it out over there. But first of all, we can do reset. Reset goes out to here, and we're gonna move the wire truck because really, you know, actually no, we're gonna, or yeah, because this wire truck is about to be empty anyways. It'll be like at most what we're doing currently. Okay, that is the first part of the reset, but for every single bit of memory we're going to need a reset, which should just be the counter. I'm pretty sure that we're all done with memory after we finish up the counter. For enter, again, we're going to push it through this nook, but I think that we're going to bring it up first. And we also know that the backspace is going to go over there anyways, so we might as well drag it over together, even though I don't have the backspace stuff ready yet. The infrastructure isn't down for it. So it'll just be kind of the motivation that we need to go ahead and put it together. Well, actually, no, we're not doing the backspace yet. Delete will come over here. That is true. But it's not necessarily that the back button is backspace. Delete is our backspace. We're going to have to go ahead and we're going to have to move these work lights because they're getting in our way. We're about 2 hours, 50 minutes into stream so far. Now, we know that this is just our enter wire, which doesn't do anything except for advance the count. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to advance the count. And that's it. That is our entire enter wire. That's the entire function of our enter button entirely. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to drag this up. We're going to bring it alongside the enter. Okay, and now our next wire from this should be able to just go into the backspace function, so we don't actually need to finish that up. And then when it comes to delete, delete is going to remove memory, so we're actually going to want it to be over here. So we will bring it up. I'm actually going to not do it this way. I'm going to bring it over a little bit early. We're going to bring it out like this, and then we're going to take a turn. Just so that when we actually remake part of this system, we're not going to have to go over the delete wire because of it. So, first of all, delete is going to run into the back wire. So, we can tag that in at some point along this wire. So I suppose that what we're going to do is we're going to just take it up here now. And then I guess like... Actually what we're going to do is, that's an AND gate. We're going to grab an OR gate really quick. That's also AND gates. Where is our stock? Here's our stock of OR gates. So we're going to grab an OR gate, and we're going to place it right here. We're going to move this wire, and we're going to go ahead, and we're actually just going to make it right there. And then we'll go ahead and we'll grab this guy, wire him into here. Now we've got another pink truck completely empty of wire. Completely emptied of wire would be a better way to put that. Or completely empty of wires, I suppose. Now we're going to grab another truck. We're going to grab this wire and make sure that it's in here. Darn it. Really should have driven it back. Really should have drove it backwards. Alrighty. Now, we're gonna wire this into this guy. We're gonna wire it into the back button. And that's right there. And we're also going to have to extend the wire from here to... It really depends now, because I can either take it to the back of the machine, and then that would actually mean that I would take it like that, and then I'd bring the AND gate signals back over to here. The only issue is that if I were to bring the AND gate signals back over to here, it'd be like super inconvenient. I mean, although it would also be super inconvenient the other way, because I'd have to bring the other signal back as well. So I could, yeah, I'm just gonna bring the delete signal back. We're actually going to completely disregard that I'd done anything with this right here. So we're gonna move this OR gate out of the way, and we are going to bring this alongside these two wires, and that's what we'll do. We'll connect it back here using AND gates, which means that we'll need to be checking for delete and for just back, which means that we'll just need another row of AND gates. So we're going to grab one more wire so we can bring this out all the way, or at least to some like reasonable extent. We're just going to make it parallel to this guy for now, and about equidistant, about symmetrical about this line ish. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say that if we want to go back, then the first thing that we need to check, well, we actually need to check first of all that the back button is turned on. So we need an AND gate for each and every single one of these, which also includes this guy, but it won't include the first guy. So that's just going to float. Now this is going to tell us which one is on, and now we're also going to, we're actually going to make this we're going to make the first row the delete row, where it's going to check for every single one of them, and that'll actually be helpful for us. It'll just help us wire later. And then we're going to do a row on top of this, starting from 2. which we'll consider going backwards. And I suppose the issue here really is that our reset's actually going to have to set the first one, and that's what it'll have to do. So reset will have to set 1 to on, and that'll have to always be the case, because 0 isn't actually like a fitting thing here. Okay, so now we have it say if delete, and also if, just kind of the normal button, then what we're going to do actually is we're going to bring, we're going to move this wire, and we are actually going to bring that OR gate back, because that OR gate will be dealing with this guy. And I want to just connect these kind of, not like immediately, but pretty like early-ish. And we'll just do that right there, and then we'll connect this wire out to this guy. And now what we're gonna do is we're going to connect this guy up to here, which angles it a little bit. That's okay. It's not. It's not. I want these wires to be as straight as possible, so we're gonna do it like that, and then we're gonna actually go off. We're gonna go off to the left. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Now, what we need to do is we need to say if a certain one is on, then turn 1 off, which is going to require an OR gate. So we're going to need this to go into OR gates for these 9. And then also a signal delay set to 1 tick. And we'll probably delay it by, I'm not sure. We'll just try 1 tick, and then we'll see if that works or not. I'm not sure that it will work, but we're gonna see. And we're gonna set this to 1 tick. We're also going to set the next one to 1 tick. We're gonna drag this a little bit closer, just because I don't want to be dealing with this annoyingly. We're going to set that to 1 as well. We're going to set that guy to 1. We're going to keep on going forth with that. Okay, now we have these. So the backspace is going to turn the one before it on, which means that we could have had it extend out 1 over, but it would have been kind of weird to do that. So we're just going to have to connect it like that. And then full reset will also, oh yeah, that's why. This is helpful because we can actually wire this up like full reset is being considered. And then we'll also just connect full reset into that, which is awesome. Because these are OR gates, it means that if either signal is on, which is going to say that if our backspace or delete button was pressed, but also if our full reset button was pressed, we're going to get rid of these guys. And that's actually part of the optimization of this. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do it like this, I think, is going to be what we'll do. And then we'll also just have to drag, we'll just have to drag our full reset button back here, or at least the signal, one of the signals from it, from anywhere along the line of it. And we'll just figure out the most reasonable route to bring it back to this part of the system. Okay, now full reset is going back into this right here. Now what we can do is we can we're going to drag that back here, and we're just going to connect that right up with our full reset, and that'll be our full reset entirely done. So that is full reset. Now, we know that these, geez, man. Didn't know that I was playing, you know, I don't know the name of that game, so I'm just gonna pretend like I wasn't gonna say anything at all. Okay. So now we know that this is going to be based on the criteria of whether or not we have our button on that asks about deleting it. So we're just going to do this. Oh, and you know what? That's helpful too, that we consider all of them in deletion, but not all of them in moving backwards, because moving backwards obviously is not helpful if we can go back to 0, but it is helpful if we can delete the first one, just so that we can do all of our stuff. So that's good. But we know that this is in relation, all of these are in relation to our full delete button. So we're actually going to drag up our full delete button signal over here. We're going to put it right there, and we're going to put it right there. Now we're going to offset this one by 1. No, we aren't. I take that back. It makes our life harder later. Okay, and now we know that this guy is actually in relation to this wire. So we're just going to drag this guy up. We're going to put him like that, and we're going to put him like that. And now what we can also do is we can connect these two. And these two, and so on and so forth, because we know they're checking the exact same thing. Which is super duper awesome, man. I'm actually a huge fan of this. It just kind of sucks that we're going to have to drag signals back around, but it's okay. Now we also know that these are going to be asking for the same input from this top guy right here, because it's the backspace. So we're just going to connect all these together and then connect them all to their respective, not backspace, but back button. Darn it. Some of these will require that just because of the way that I put these on here, because they're a little bit jagged, I guess you could say. Which, you know, obviously, bros. Alright, now I've got that set up, so now this OR gate is going to tell it to turn off the one directly behind, and this is going to say to turn on the one right next to it. So we can go ahead and connect these up first. We're really reaching the death of my clean wiring for this build. And there just like reaches a point where your circuits are complex enough to where clean wiring is just like completely impossible within reasonability. So that's kind of where we are right now, where it's no longer like ideal to try and make everything straight. I mean, that's where we were a little while ago too, but we ended up reaching a point where we could start making things straight again. But we're again out of that zone. There's still some things that can end up being straight, but not nearly as many. And now we're also going to go ahead and we're going to wire this up to turn off the one that's directly behind here, which actually not perfect. One moment. Alright, I have to go and do something really quick, so I'm going to connect this guy, and then I'll be back in just a moment. And I'm going to leave you guys on the resuming soon screen. Alrighty, sorry for being so long, but I am back now. I was briefly speaking to my father. Turn my music back on. Check for anything on Discord. Nothing. Nothing on Discord, actually. That sucks. Alrighty. Now we're just able to get back to work. Right. This is going pretty well. And actually, this is super convenient as well, because I can just drag these signals up as well. And then I've basically made my life as easy as it'll get for this. Yes, that's not what I'm connecting here. What I'm connecting is this to the back here, and then this will say that when our delete and that is off, when delete and that is off, it's not going to help me at all. We care about whichever one is on. Yes, that doesn't actually help us at all. Darn it. We need to check whichever one is on. So we say, alright, well, if this one is on, and then like for this one we need to drag this up and over onto this right here. And that's just what we need to do for all of these. We need to tell each one of them to drag up and over to the check for whichever one it is. Now, when all of these are connected up, which will be very soon here, I'll be able to drag delete out all of the delete signals. Although, what's possibly more important than whether delete is working or not is whether the backspace is working, because if it doesn't, at least not consistently, I'm gonna have to change some things. Alrighty. Now, if I were... Really, I can go ahead and I can try to go forwards by 1. And eventually, this reaches back to 1 and it only turns on 1. Now what we're actually going to do is we're going to get like this guy on. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to click on backspace for this. Okay, that's 3rd back. We want to be on 4th back after that. That's pretty quick, dude. We want to be on 5th back. Ooh. Did that work? I don't think that it did. I think that it skipped an extra one. So what we're going to do is we're just going to increase all of these by 1. And that should fix any issues that we have with this. I do think that it skipped one, though. I think that because this changes quickly enough, it did that. So now we're gonna bring it. We're actually just gonna bring it up to the highest one. And we're gonna turn this one off, and then we should just be able to see from here 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. What? Oh, that's why, because I started at 9 instead of 10. Okay. There's no 0 here. Okay, anyways, that's perfect. That means that our backspace works, our forward works, our full reset is going to work. That means that the buttons from here up to here are all perfect now. So, what we can do... Our play button is also where it needs to be. We're just going to have to change some things about this circuit in total so that our repeat button is consistently working, because technically speaking, it does work as of right now. It just loops back around and then it goes again. But that's like kind of unideal here. So, we also know that our delete button needs to be finished up. So, I think what we're going to do for right now is we're going to go ahead and we're going to do our delete button. So this is where like I can start doing straight wires again, but it also like kind of sucks too. So darn it. I'm going to drag the truck over just a little bit so grabbing these wires is somewhat easy. I think I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to drag all of these out for now. What's up, Rep? How you doing, man? I was fully intending to DM you at some point. I totally like forgot though. Okay, so I genuinely intended to, dog. I remembered to at 8, and then I forgot to because I was in the middle of doing something, and then I remembered to like 15 minutes ago, and then I forgot to. So I'm sorry. That's my bad, bro. It's okay. We're here together now. That's all that matters. Three hours in and I'm still working on it. Yeah, I streamed for about an hour earlier, and obviously there was the 2-hour stream yesterday. So, like, we're taking our sweet time on this stuff, dude. That it's a little obvious by the profile picture that that's pie. You caught up with my thought process there. Good work, man. Before we do this final one, we're actually gonna start looping these around to where they go. He said your name because I asked him who he's friends with. I said that he has 3 friends. God darn it. Okay, I'll turn the music up some. I'm actually going to... Let's see. How do I... Advanced audio properties. Resource 2. Okay. I can change this up to like 5. Is that better? It's 5 times as loud, so maybe it's a little too much. I don't know. I need the active feedback. Do 6%? Okay. Alright. Hopefully that's better. Your headphones are on max? Dog. It's quiet. Okay, bro. It's weird, because the scale is decibels, and apparently it's like nearly as loud as me right now. At least from what the audio mixer is showing. But, you know, how would I know? That is true. I actually have the stream pulled up, but muted right now. Just so that I can have the chat up. Because I have the chat minimized in the top right corner of my screen. Not minimized, but small. Or I'm at the top left corner. Why would I have it in the top right? Top right chat is crazy. It only makes sense if I were to use it on my second monitor. And I honestly don't check my second monitor enough to like think that I would ever see any text from anyone. What are we Discord messages on? I have OBS pulled up on my second monitor, so Discord messages, I just get the notification sound and I swap tabs. Gang, what? See, that's the exact reason that I can't have Discord open on my second monitor, because if someone walks in my room and just sees that hanging out, bro, dog. Some crazy just send me, dog. Also, why did it happen again? Why do you have 2 of those? Did you pay her again? Like, what happened, bro? Gang is out here balling, I guess. Jeez. I have 159 Robux, I think. I ain't even got enough, bro. I'll genuinely have to buy more Robux the next time that I want to return my VIP server. Why does it keep happening, bro? What? Gang. This is a serious problem. What in the world, dog? I think you have a genuine problem. There might need to be an intervention for this, bro. Is this the same person every time? What? She'd be straight up asking for it, dog. Three different? And you get them for free? Gang. What? Why? Why do you get them for free? Most desperate people of all time, dog. Straight up zero self-confidence. Okay. Now that's another one of our systems fully set up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go to like 2. And let's actually hope that this goes to 2 and it doesn't break anything. Okay, that did in fact go to 2. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do, let's do OPEN. Did that do anything? That should have changed. Oh, yeah, it did. Okay. I'm just crazy. Alright. Okay, that also changed the memory. Now, I know that full reset works. I know for a fact that that'll work. However, I'm looking to do a deletion. So if I click delete... Oh, also, what in the world am I doing, bro? I just now realized that it doesn't need to go backwards. When you're deleting a case, you don't need to also go back. What is up with me, dog? I don't know what that like thought process was, but you do not need to go back a space every single time that you click the delete button. We're just gonna keep that like parallel-ish to there. We're gonna grab this from up here. Okay, now I don't know why I made it go backwards by 1. That's crazy to me. Okay, so now we've got most of this stuff set up. We've got all of our buttons that go into memory. Okay, anyways, we have full reset setup, we have forward setup, we have backward setup, we have play setup, we have reset not fully set up, we also don't have play at time fully set up. Oh, I was planning on doing that, wasn't I? Or was I? Play at time has to check on as well. So what I could do is I could have it go, I could just have another AND gate layer right outside of here, and then I drag that around to our play at time. Or rather, actually, play at time just has to play the current time. So I would just check what we're currently at and then input that into here. Yeah. Oh, and that also goes to show that our play system isn't fully set up yet. It's just connected to itself, so I also need to drag that over. But we, if I go ahead and, what am I at right now? I'm at 0. So if I were to go to 9, just for funsies, now we're to click that. Okay, that does in fact work. And full reset also didn't erase that. What? How did I completely skip over an entire thing of the full reset? What? This is unbelievable to me. How am I getting away with this? What in the world? Brother, this is crazy. I'm just flabbergasted by the amount of things that I've forgotten. Not even that crazy, bro. Could be better, rep. Is she though? I don't think so. I don't know. I only got one favorite, so I'm sorry, homeboy. I mean, you got 3 though, bro. Well, not. Did you say 3? I think you said 3, but like nonetheless. Why do you have that picture saved? What is wrong with gang? Took 3 minutes. I thought I deleted it. I swear I deleted it, bro. This stuff is just not hanging around. Okay. Now, if I click the full reset button, this is going to fully reset the system. Awesome. Now I have a method to go, because delete is not the same as backspace. Because I have the back button, there's no reason to make delete also be backspace, which is pretty cool. Because this is not just a notepad, right? There's no necessity to do that, and that also means that we have the full editing capability. So now in the next half hour or so, alright. So now we know that we only go forwards if the next one is on. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring some NOT gates over to this system right here. And now we're also going to take the wire off of this guy right quick. And now we're going to say that we only progress. We progress if and only if the next one is on. Otherwise, if the next one is off, I'm just gonna move this up some so that, and this will be the only one where it's moved up for. I'm thinking that I'll just do this, and then I'll push it in like that, and then this will go in for here, and then when, I guess that the case here would be when the next one is on. Well, actually, wait. Our case is actually that we always progress forward unless the next one is off. So what we actually care about, we would take the negative for both of these things, which actually means that we can actually just wire this together, which is awesome. So we progress unless the next one is off. And then we also just have to check with this that our thing is on, that we're trying to move forwards. And if it's not on, then we go ahead and we go to the next guy. Awesome. And now, if it is on, then that's the output of this guy. So if it is on, then we go into our next delay. And then for this one, we don't actually have to make it go forwards by any considerable amount, like this one, right? So what we can do is we can just go ahead and put our stuff right here. So we have one NOT gate, another, and AND gate. And we'll just start wiring this stuff up after, I think, just because it's more convenient this way. It kind of sucks that this thing extends so far out now, but it's at least okay, because this is for like a good cause, this system, just to make sure that we aren't going to have empty frames out front. That's really like important part of this repetition. How do you get so many wires? I bought a lot of wires forever ago. I bought a lot of them, and I am actually kind of running out-ish. I've been having to steal wires from some of my old build plots, and stuff like that. But I still have like a decent stock of wires. I'm just like trying to conserve them to some extent for the builds that I'm doing. When I do not do... Pi said that earlier too. It's heartbreaking that we're going to assume that it's exactly the same as the fan group staff, dog. The fan group staff have talked before, like, oh my gosh, Gomi must be duping because he has so many wires. Who's to say I don't just have a lot of dough? I've paid people too bad? Y'all kill me, bro. Auto-buy is a terrible... Auto-buy is even worse. I'd actually prefer to have someone dupe for me than auto-buy for me, because auto-buy is just torture. It's literally just torture. Who in the world would ever willingly tell someone to go and auto-buy something? Well, I'm not really interested in continuing the duping and exploiting conversation, because this is just a family-friendly stream where we try to not stray people away because I know things. Okay. And well, actually, for this last one, do we even need this? No, I don't think that we do. Because for our first one, we don't need it because obviously the first one goes. Right? I mean, we could add it, but there's no reason to. For our second one, we're checking that... Oh, actually, we forgot to add the last delay onto here. So we just have to tag this on right here. And then once we press our last one, then obviously everything's all good. I was just worried for a moment because it looked like that wasn't perfect. I don't like Mason doing that. Mason is the name of my favorite math teacher ever, Mason. He has a last name too, but I'm not actually going to dox my favorite math teacher. I would never consider doing such a evil, vile thing. I love that guy. He's actually like the most goated math teacher of all time. If the next one is not on, then we proceed to the next. Or if the next one is not on, then we do not proceed. And we also... Yeah, and then we also immediately go for repetition. Okay, that's good. We're all set up there. I'm thinking we'll actually be able to finish this before 10. Oh yeah, dude. You know, 4-ish hour stream, but that's alright. As long as we finish this up. The only issue with this guy is that we actually need to add a little OR gate in front of it. Is that OR? No, that's more AND gates, dude. Why do I have so many? These are my OR gates. I need to bring an OR gate for this guy, because this guy will have to go backwards and tell it to repeat like this. Because all of these AND gates actually have to chain together. Not like that. We're going to go ahead and we're going to chain. Okay, now they all go into the repetition. So, 1 goes into 2 if and only if 3 is on, elsewise repeat. Okay. Now, we just need to... Well, first of all, this says that time is on, so we turn all time on. Oh, okay, that's why. This is saying that... Oh, okay, I think that's what it's trying to do. It's trying to say that when I press this, we just... Oh, that's actually really, really cool. We already have the system set up. Okay, I forgot that we already did this. So it's already checking. Awesome. Which means that if I'm doing the single play button, I already actually have that system set up right here. So we just have to drag that up here, and then we'll be all good. So we're gonna do exactly that. We're just gonna drag it up. And then we'll fix up the rest of this stuff, but this is our, for now, stuff. Okay. Now whenever we press play current, it checks whichever one is currently on, and it checks all of those. So only one can be on at a given time, obviously. And then it just goes out and plays. And then for the rest of this, we're going to need to grab from each individual one. So like that's one, I would bring it up there. So what we're gonna have to do anyways, and I think this is the most ideal way to do it in the first place, is we're just gonna drag it all the way down like this. And it may not look the prettiest, but honestly I could not give any less of a care. I feel like this could be more like centered to where it's actually supposed to be. So we're good on that one there. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna make one right here. Then we're gonna tack one on or right there. One is going to be right like that. We're gonna have to push that one just a little bit more, trying to keep it away from that. Alrighty. Now, perhaps it is actually worth it to drag this along to where it'll be in front of where it actually goes. And this will hopefully be actually sort of wise. It's not necessarily going to be the cheapest thing ever, but there wasn't actually any way to make it less expensive anyways. We have our first one that goes into there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What? Why did I not make it? Okay. Well, I guess that's just a little bit weird there, is I never ended up making a 10th one. That's kind of oh. Ah, that's why. It's because... Okay. Alright, well actually... We originally thought that we were just going to have the first one connect up to one of these, and we aren't going to have any delay from it. Which could be functional, right? That would work. However, if I were to do that, then I would need to make it check for if the second tick is on before this guy, so then the repetition from it would be more difficult to state here. So, yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're actually just gonna pretend that we always intended for this to be the case, which is okay, right? I mean, yeah, because I can't be bothered. Yeah, because it's from there. I mean, actually, well, what I could do, I mean, this goes in, and that's the repetition there. It starts back from the very, very start. But if I just moved the start up by 1, right? If I just removed this delay entirely and tagged it on at the end, then I'd still have 9. This would be where our first one comes from. Okay, that is true. We could just do that. So we don't actually have to tag on an extra delay. Not necessarily that it really matters to, but just like I want everything to be as perfect as possible. It does connect to all of them. Okay, good. Now what we're going to go ahead and do is we have to remove this from here, because this actually goes we need our 3 NOT gates up here, and also our 1 AND gate. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put that there, that there, that there, that there. I mean, like, if we got to the end, then obviously we just want to go back, right? And that's the kind of thought process behind doing that. That's interesting. The width here slowly gets larger and larger as we go. That's kind of funny, actually. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Now, we've got all this stuff set up, and so we just have to keep on taking now from these. We're gonna go ahead and put that there. We can grab the next one real quick. That's actually hilarious. I think I'm gonna have to grab one more truckload of wires, dude. So if I grabbed that 4th one earlier, I would have actually been perfect, dude. That is insane. I'm actually, like, angry right now, and I'm just pretending like I'm not. I was like, you know, I don't want to have to use 13 wire trucks instead of 12, but unfortunately, now, midway through the ending system, I actually need more wires, which is, I don't know, someone must be angry at me. I've got bad karma or something. We actually didn't need to do this row here, because if 1 is on, we don't actually care, because we're always going to run 1 anyways. It would have been good practice to have had 1 be able to not be within the repetition, but there's no reason for that at all. So if I turn on the repetition right now, it's always repeating, which is a bit of a problem. I think that's because we're repeating too often, because we only actually have our first signal going out. Like if we look here, we have our first signal and nothing else, so it's trying to repeat over and over and over and over again, which means that we're stuck repeating all the time. Which actually is to say that you need at least 2 frames on this, which is a little bit interesting. But obviously, why would you only do 1 tick? What I'm gonna do here is, well, like now, We've got every single thing wired up except for this one little portion, which you know, I know for a fact I'm gonna need one more truck of wires. We're gonna grab it. Same procedure as always. You guys are going to resuming soon and you're getting put off screen. Need to keep some of my projects confidential. Can't just be showing everyone everything, right? It's absolutely like unfathomable that I missed one extra truck, and that genuinely would have been the difference between being able to finish this project with the amount of wires that I had or not. It's insane. It's like actually heartbreaking. That is a crazy way to describe that, homeboy. I'm actually not sure that I like you saying that. Don't worry, you'll be back in like five seconds, bro. It's genuinely not that bad. I'm just grabbing one more truckload of wires and then we'll be all good. And we'll be able to finish the project, and then I guess I'm gonna sit around maybe until like 10:30 and have people test this. So good at tests. Okay, homeboy. We'll test you then, bro. Positive test for rabies, gang. Alrighty. What we're gonna do is we're gonna drag each of these back, except for one. Right? We're gonna save the wires on one. Positive for aura? Yeah, bro. We'll go with that. part of me that is completely aware that it would do nothing, but also wants to bring the 1 down. But I can't bring myself to do that. Or wait. Okay, no, that is the 10. Oh, this also means that it's reverse order. Darn it! Which means that the next for 2 is actually this guy right here. This is our... It's one of our major starting terms, and it gets like, it'll equalize near the center where it's like the shortest wires possible, and then we'll get wires that are like long for like 2 is the longest. 10 will also be the longest, where 10 is the very starting term and it goes to the very ending term. I actually think that 10 will be longer than 2 because 10 is further out. Yeah, 10 will be way longer than 2. But we're gonna keep on dragging these guys along so that we can snag their values soon here. I mean, this is the first time that we've even encountered an issue with reverse order, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy that reverse order and like annoying wiring like this has only occurred once in this build. And it was in like a time where I couldn't have avoided it unless I made my life more difficult anyways, because it would have ended up being reverse order either way. So I could have done reverse order, or I could have done reverse order. So I made the better option. I made the right choice. Okay, and we'll bring that one out further. I'm trying to optimize my wire length here to some extent. I care about it to some extent. Alrighty. Now, I suppose we're going to start dragging along, I guess. And I'm just going to start connecting them all the way instead of doing wires some at a time, just because I know that it will get annoying eventually. Pretty awesome. That was one wire instead of multiple. So it appears that 4 is going to be our cheapest of the lot. Because now we're having to go all the way over here for this stuff, man. And it's just going to be worse and worse as I keep going from this point onwards. It was getting better. Now it's in the permanent stage of getting worse with every single one that I do. We're just gonna follow this guy around to get where I'm going. Alrighty. Now, we're 4 hours into this stream. We streamed 3 hours before this. That puts us at a 7-hour build. We aren't anywhere, so let's go ahead and let's go forward. Forward again. So now we're gonna be at 2 now. So if I go ahead and I input O, and if I go ahead and I input OPE, okay, that's what that is. It gives good feedback, like things are working. Now, what did I input? I think I input O and... Oh, well that's not good. Oh, no, never mind, that's fine. Okay. Looking at the wrong thing for my personal validation. Now, if I press this button... Yeah! Yes! Now, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna advance by 1. And I'm just gonna press the button to turn on the border. Now we're gonna press repeat. It skips over 1. Ooh. Repetition is not working. That's fine. Repetition says... Let's see, what's the issue here? We're supposed to be sending a 1-tick signal back. The signal that I get from this lever should be 1 tick, and it should only be trying to repeat when we actually have a repetition going through, which is only when, yeah, it's only when 2 is off, right? So in this case, oh, that's a problem. Because now it's convinced itself that 2 is always off. Okay, that's what our issue is here now. Okay, so that's unfortunate as an issue to have, especially now since I didn't think about it before. It causes all of this to make sense though. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna bring our OR gates over to here. And we're actually going to want them to be over on this side. I don't know why I stopped it there. We know we're going to need to check what we're going to do is we're going to take the wire from here, we're going to bring it right here, and then if that's on, then we take it over to there. Good. That's wrong. Alrighty. Now that all of those OR gates are placed, Do I have another truckload of ore gates? Ooh. We're just about all the way out of ore gates, and there is one more thing that I wanted to do before we're done here. It's actually something that requires like a ton of ore gates, so we're gonna need to bring another truckload of those onto here. Now we need to do our last bit of wiring for this, where we just take it over to here, and then drag it onto there. And that's actually super duper simple. Alright. That's something to consider as well. We didn't actually finish defining this, which is interesting. Okay. Now when I do a repetition, that did not work. I just click play. Ah, darn it. We totally did have reverse order. Ugh. That sucks. That's why I didn't go off at all. It's because we connected, like, we connected 10 to 1, 2 to 9. Darn it. That means that all these connections are actually false. But we're just gonna remove the first wire from each of these, and we're going to reconnect them, because I am not being bothered to do all that much more, man. That was not the first wire, that was the second wire. But I don't necessarily want any of these wires going into here like this. I suppose it doesn't really matter, but it sucks. But my soul is still intact, I promise. Alrighty. This is where we start getting the real messy wires, where I have stopped actually caring about what I put down here. Now, since we've got the centralized wire, we're going to start getting back to wires that aren't central and are super duper difficult to work with. Darn, I suppose. It's one way to describe how I feel about this. Does that connect? That does connect. We're good. Okay. See, we're already almost done with rewiring this. It is unfortunate because it looks uglier than it did originally, but I am not redoing the entirety of this stuff, brother. If someone really cares that much about getting nice wires, they can sue me, bro. Or they can't, you know. I'd prefer not to be sued, but nonetheless. Okay, and we'll take from right here to get where we're going. Is it genuinely just a little bit too short? Are we serious? I think that just barely touches. I genuinely think this is like a very like narrowly good connection right here. So we're gonna test her out. We're gonna give her a little test drive. This one. Yes, it does connect. Awesome. Now we'll just take our spare button all the way back down here. Alright. Now, if I press play... Yes! If I press the repeat button... Alright. Darn it. If I send this through, that is a noticeable issue. Is that this is not output currently. It is supposed to output, so what if I increase this by 1, and then I just pretend that's true. It sends out a 1-tick output. Okay, now repetition works, but we're laggy enough to where sometimes everything is on together. That's okay though. It's evident that it's not all supposed to be on together, so we're okay. And now repetition should end because the lever's off. Awesome. Dope, dude. So fire. Okay. Yes. Oh. Okay. Now we need 2 more quality of life things. I know that I'm going to hate myself for this. But we're gonna grab 2 things. We're gonna... Well... Not going on the ferry quite yet. That thing is not here for me quite yet. Which is alright. It's okay. I need more ore gates, so I'm gonna have to rob one of my plots of those. You're going back to the cage. Switch accounts. This one should have what I need. Okay. Whoa, that totally did not work as I wanted it to. And it is evidently not what I asked it for. There we are. That's fine. Okay. Now, go ahead and come back to this. And the ferry is right here for me. Heck yeah, dude. What we're doing is we're going to Link's Logic for one red neon wire for one of them. And I'm probably going to grab some other neon wires too. I'm probably going to grab like 7, I want to say. 7 yellow ones probably. Maybe orange. I think the orange is a little bit more muted and I want one of the more muted colors. So now that we're still working on the build, it's evident that we did not finish it in only 7 hours. This is gonna be a minute. The ferry always takes so long. I wish I could like pay him 5 grand to immediately go. I dropped something. And I got it. Lovely. Okay, we're finally going. It's boring. I can't do anything if I'm on the ferry, bro. You're gonna have to give me a moment. I literally can't do anything if I'm on the ferry trying to go to Link's Logic, bro. You're gonna watch me buy 1 red neon wire, and that'll be good for you, bro. I'll spin my camera around a few times. This is evidently the coolest thing to happen all year. You know, maybe I should do that. There's no seizure warning on this stream. Just gonna kill someone. Making you yawn. Brother, please. I am not making you yawn, you're yawning yourself. It's your fault, brother. Wait, no. Defaultio removed glowing box images. No. This is the worst thing to ever happen. Why would he do that? I never yawn. I'm awake all the time. I'm so awake right now. It's half an hour past when I was supposed to go to bed. But I'm still on the Lumber Tycoon 2 grind set. This is fire, bro. We need... I'm gonna grab 2 red neon wires just in case I need 2. And we're gonna grab 7... We're gonna grab 8 orange just in case we need 8. I don't trust this game, which is why I think that I'll need extras. Because I've been on this game for 4 hours, I still have the glowing images. Which, I must say, for neon wires, they are still so cool. I love the images for neon wires. Them glowing is so awesome. Defaultio removing that is honestly like the worst thing he's ever done. This guy never updates the game, and he accidentally creates a bug, and then he fixes it, even though it was the coolest thing ever. Unbelievable. You should have at least looked at every single item in the dark and been like, you know, some of these might be cool to leave with the glowing. Because, like, you drive under a shadow, and then your items look goated, bro. And then you drive from out under the shadow, and then they just look normal. Like, isn't that so cool? Take me away, Hoova. Take me with you. I love that everyone's joined this server for the promise. Gang, are we so serious? Is he actually doing this? Said it takes 2 hours to make a game pass? Is that what we're talking about? What? Let me see. I believe that I have on one of my games an old game pass, but I don't know. I have no clue if it's a I have no clue if it's one that is, like, helpful at all. Well, I only actually have 4 public games, so I know that one of these is going to have to be the correct one. It's probably not this guy. Yeah, it's not. Although it's interesting that I still have that public. I forgot that I did that. Let's see here. That is true, it is 404. Why is it 404? Gang. Why is it like this? That did not work. Darn it. It's unbelievable, bro. Game passes should not be this hard to make, gang. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. Unreal. Okay, I figured out the Game Pass thing somewhat, but I either have to verify my government ID, which I don't have. It does not exist. I don't have a government ID. Or it's only available to 16 plus users, which I'm not too sure that Neptune is one of those. Alrighty. Let's see. gang, I am doing something. I'm writing in my notebook the next thing that I'm doing for this project, okay? You just have to give me a moment, dog. Who's LARPing light Yagami? Bro, I'm not trying to kill someone. That's not what this is. I kinda, like, I do want to optimize this, but also I wanna go to bed. So it's like, it's troubling to want to optimize this. I do, however, know that anything that uses both of these will be majorly convenienced by being given both of them. So if I go ahead and I create the OR gates for one really quickly. This will be a, I guess you call it like a basic form. One is something that will always be used by multiple things. And I had a lot more time to be doing stuff like this when I was making the internet project, and I wanted to optimize things as much as possible, and I had like a ton of time too. But in this case, time is not my side, patience is not on my side, and optimization is also not on my side, because screw that, bro. I'll optimize it to some extent, but I'm not trying to spend a trillion years here. I know, however, that like one is a basic form, right? So these two connect to this guy and also to this guy. And I'm gonna need to bring my wire truck over here, and I should be able to finish the rest of this only with this, hopefully. That's gonna cost me at least one extra OR gate. You know, I didn't say that actually. Pretend that never happened. So anyways, I know that these two together occur a ton. I mean, these two together, 3 and 4, occur in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of the total options, which are, there are 9 total options. So it's in most of them. It's just missing out of 2 and 5. 2 and 5 don't both have them, which makes sense if you think about it. Anyways, I can look at like 2 and 5, right? 2 and 5, we have 2, we have 3, we have 5, we have 6, we have 8, and we have 10. So 2 and 5 is also worth it to do. So we can go ahead and we can make 2 and 5 a thing here, which is just going to be top and bottom. Okay, now what about 1 and 3? 1 and 3 don't have many similarities. I also don't want to do something like that, so let's look at like 1 and 6. 1 and 6 shares 6, 8, and 10. Not 2, 6, 8, and 10. I guess that's somewhat helpful. 6, 8, and 10. Oh, you know what? I could do 1, 6, and then I could also tack 7 on there, and that would be fine. So I could do a 3 for this will give out, well, first of all, I want to connect all these signals in here. And then we'll just say that this is enough optimization, I guess. So we need at least 10 OR gates in a line here. Ooh, that's not a great looking connection right there. Let's just fix that right up. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna create a line of 10 OR gates right here. We'll place it just right there. Now we're gonna have to cross a ton of wires over here, which kind of sucks, but it's alright. Okay, 1 only requires 1, 2 is 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. What's up? Oh, good night, Allie. So 2 is 3, 7, 6, and 5. 2, 3, 7, 6, 5. So we ended up making that, we ended up making that, and we ended up making that. So five, but we subtract 1, so it's only going to end up being 4, which still kind of sucks, but I again don't really care about the optimization. That's not how you spell her name. 3 is bottom and 1, so 2, 3, 4, 5. I have that, so it's 4. I have that, so it's 3. It's pretty funny. We have to do 4. 4 has that, and it has those two, which don't combine. So we have also 3 for this one. No, it is not. Jeepers, man. Alright, so 5 requires 5, but we can only do 4 OR, well, we can do only 4 OR gates. And then 6 is going to be that, and then 1 extra, so it's going to be only 3. Seven is going to only require 2. 8 is just going to be that, so 8 is going to just be 3. Be normal, rep. I'd expect that of you, rather. We know that 9 is going to require all. Well, do we do an up? We're just gonna do a normal standing 9, so we're only gonna need 5 of the 7, and that only gives us 1 combo. So we end up with so 5 of the 7, so we end up needing 4 for 9. It's not a question that I appreciate, rep. So that's going to be 6 of them. Then we're able to tack 1 off of that. We're able to tack 1 more off of that. So it's going to be 4 for 10, but it's actually going to be 5. Alrighty. now, we know that one just goes into this guy. We know that... Oh, I need a wire. So that would be... It goes into this fellow, but it also goes into 3 but not 4, which is the higher. So it also goes there. It also goes to 7 and it goes to 6, so it goes to the middle one. And 6 is the bottom one of this as well, so it actually also goes there. So I'm actually going to have it go to here second and go to here first, and then 3. I mean, 3 is just 2, isn't it? Yeah, so actually, for 3 I can just put it back into 2. And I just have one thing to do, so I actually... 3 can be even less than that. I can just run it right back into 2. Right? I think that's true. Because... yeah, no, never mind. I take that back. That was a stupid idea. I take that back. But we do actually know that we're able to go for this one. Well, actually, first of all, I think that it'd be wise to immediately go for this guy right here. And then we'd go for top and bottom. And then we'd go for the middle one, which is going to be right up here. Now for 4, we know that we can start out by going to the first one. And then we need middle. We need middle and we need 1. Which is going to be this guy up here. So that'll be the last one, and we're going to need the middle one as well. And the middle one is this guy from 2. And then for 5, 5 includes this guy, but it also includes top and bottom. So we can take top and bottom from 3. And then we're just left with 1, 7, and 4, which means that we have to grab the middle at some point. So we can just grab the middle right here. Now we know that we have that, so we need 1 and we need 4. Where 4 is the bottom over here. So the bottom over here connects up to 5. I did not answer that question. No. So for this 5, we need to go back to 1 as well, which is the unique one here. Six is going to be 215, 167, and 4. So it's 10, 11. 10, 11, and 4, which is third of 5. 10 is first of 5. And then we follow that up by going to 11, which is this. Seven is going to be 9, followed by 7. So it's first of 4. first to 4. And then that also needs to go to 7, which is second to 4. Oh, no, it's also second to 5. So we have a little bit of a nicer time with that one. Now, 8 has to be everything on at once, which means that it's 9, 10, 11. So we need bottom that one. And then 10 and 11 are in 6. So alright, and then 9 has to be 9. And we're also going to need 10. I'll give that, and then we also need 1. What? Oh, that's why. It's because we don't actually include 10 for this guy. We aren't doing that. So we're doing 9, which gives me that, and then we need 1, 2, and 7. And I think we just have to do 1, 2, and 7. Yeah. So it started with 9, which was the very bottom of the other one. 9, and then we need 1, 2, and 7. 1 can come from the... Wait, do I even have 2 activated? No, I don't, actually. Okay. 2 was the topmost, so... I can actually go ahead and I can grab that from right there. And now I need to grab 1, which I can get from the top of 5. 3, 4, 5. So the top of 5 will give me that. The top of 5 is right here. Now I need 7, which can come from the top of 7. And now this 10 is going to be 8. And it's also going to be 10. 10. Oh no, that's not. Or wait. Yeah. So we need 9, we need 10. So we then need 1, 6, and 7. So 8 is unique to this one, so we need to grab 8 for this guy. Then we need 9, which comes from the bottom one right next to it. And 10. 10 can come from... 10 is second of 8. So we can go ahead and we can grab that. So now we're at 8, 9, 10. We need 1, 6, or wait. We need a 0, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. We're just focus on 9. 9 is going to give me that. 10 is going to give me that. Then I need 1 and 6. Oh, I don't actually need 7. That's why. 7 is not a part of this. Okay, now I need to get 1 and 6. 1 is second of 9. Now I just need to grab 6 and 6. Six is useless all the way at second from top of 2. Okay, now that is all finished up. Now I just need to connect these individually to whenever they're on. So conveniently we actually have this right here, which brings it just a little bit closer to where we are, right? So we're gonna go ahead, and it also helps us make sure that things aren't getting too ugly out here. Oh, well, I suppose that this is what we're gonna do first. Jeez, we're gonna be cutting it close on wires here, dude. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. No, I'm gonna have to buy wires. Darn it. Alright. We're gonna need 8 more wires. I can't believe I've been subjected to buying wires for a project. I can't bring like another wire truck over here. First of all, because it's gonna take too much time, and I'm already an hour and a half past when the stream was supposed to end. Like damn, dude. Okay. We're all well and done. Alright, that's true. Oh man. Okay. Alright. Rep, we're done. We're done, Rep. I finished it up, brother. Are you even still here, Rep? Oh, you know what? I closed my chat forever ago. Bro, what? Can we still online? Is Rep still in chat? Stabbed out. I'm gonna go to sleep. Gomi, we've been live for 4 hours. Sleep type 5. Wait, you have a day. What? I have to remove that one, bro. Gang, that's unbelievable. It's so crazy that I actually closed out chat, forgot to open it back up, and someone actually finally did something inadmissible. It's crazy, dog. Are you still here, Rep? I can't tell. I have no clue. This last saved 4 hours ago, bro. What? It is crazy, actually. It's a little bit unreasonable. I need to save this real quick. I'm not a fan of my base not being saved in 4 hours. How does it last save an hour and a half into stream, bro? It's crazy. I'm gonna load in another account just so that I can send cash to save instead. Just so I don't want to reload. Okay. It's honestly kind of surprising how little data this build is. Like, there's no data in this build at all. Like, whatsoever, dude. Let's see. This build is a data size 3. Five and a half hours plus 1 hour plus 2 hours is gonna be 8.5 hours. 8.5 hours. And it is complete.
Deal for you, bro. Okay. How about this?
Okay. Since no one's left, I've been streaming for so long that literally everyone ever has disappeared. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna say stream ends for right now. I'll be back streaming again tomorrow, hopefully. I'll be streaming, testing out the build, and hopefully I'll be able to convince some people to test it out with me. So, thanks for the people that watched for the past, you know, however long you've been watching. 5.5 hour stream. This build took around 8.5 hours in total. You're here. Why? I thought you were gone, bro. I asked if you were still here like 5 different times, and the time that I'm like, all right, well, stream's over. You're like, well, wait. What am I supposed to do, bro? I have to sleep. All right, Rep. Probably around like 8 tomorrow. I'll be looking for testers, maybe, or maybe earlier, but I'll be looking for testers at some point, and I'll let you test no matter if I'm streaming or not. So, alright, you have a good night, Rep, and anyone else that ends up watching this, if someone watches the full 5.5 hours just for funsies, right, okay, stream ended. It matters so much to you. I get it. I'm like, I'm the most important thing ever, but I'm tired, and I've gotta get to sleep. Have a busy day tomorrow of probably doing more of this stuff. So, you know. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Rep. So, goodbye. Good night. And I'll be streaming again at some point. What the hell is what? Alright, homeboy. Get your money up.